Respected resource person of the session, Sri M.S. Vidya Sagar, Deputy Director, APRC Vijayawada. My dear participants, very good afternoon to all. So far, we have discussed energy scenario in India, solar energy systems, wind energy and related topics, and advanced power converter control for solar and wind energies. In the morning session of today, we discussed biomass, geothermal, tidal energy, and other topics. Now, Sri Vidya Sagar sir will discuss about different types of hybrid energy systems. Now, I request Mr. Ansar, Assistant Professor of Tribal Department, to introduce Sri M.S. Vidya Sagar sir.
Good afternoon to all. Today, our resource person, Sri M.S. Vidya Sagar sir. I would like to introduce Sri M.S. Vidya Sagar sir. Sir completed his AMIE and ME in power systems. Sir having a vast experience in electrical engineering department. Sir, in the year 1994 to 2000, Sir worked as a senior supervisor, Navabharat Ventures Limited, Palwancha, Khammam district. After that, he worked as sub-engineer 2002 in AP Genco, Kottagudem Thermal Power Station with 2 by 250 megawatts. After that, Sir worked as an assistant engineer, MRT, in Transmission Corporate of Andhra Pradesh, AP Transco, Rajahmundry during the years 2002 to 2010. After that, Sir worked as an assistant divisional engineer, MR Vigilance Transmission Corporation of Andhra Pradesh Limited, AP Transco, Vidya Sauda, Hyderabad during the period 2010 to 2016. After that, presently, Sir working as a divisional director, Planning and Power Procurement, Andhra Pradesh Electricity Regulation Commission, APERC, Hyderabad, and deputation from AP Transco. Sir visited foreign also. Singapore, he went during the December 2017 regarding the capacity building program for the officers of regulatory commissions. After that, Sir went to Germany and France during September 2019 for the study. It is a studies tour on energy storage systems and floating solar plant. Nowadays, the energy storage system is very important. So, Sir went to study about that Germany and went to Germany and France. Now, I would like to call Sri Vidya Sagar sir to explain that hybrid energy systems. Right. Thank you, sir. Please continue your session.
So Vidya Sagar sir.
Thank you. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this nice introduction. Thank you, Dr. Brahmaya Garu, and thank you, Mr. Ansar, for the nice introduction. And I welcome all the participants for this session. I hope you had good sessions all the days before, and you are learning good topics also, as I could see from the topics. They are very relevant for the present day and very enthusiastic also. So let me switch off my video so that my voice will be clear to all of you. So is this okay, sir, now?
Yes, sir.
presentation is okay?
Yes.
Sir, could you
Okay.
please change the slide, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. There is a change in slide, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, no? Okay, right. Thank you. So, thank you for the nice introduction, and let us go ahead with this presentation of different hybrid energy systems. So, as all of you know, the hybrid systems are in the nascent stage now. They are now being developed. Sir, the others, those who are having your mics mute, can you mute your other mics? I'm hearing some noise.
Okay, sir.
So that the listeners will be convenient. Okay, let me go ahead. So different hybrid solar energy systems, as we are discussing. Hybrid energy systems are in the nascent stage now. Although in the Western countries, some development is taken place. Now in India, it is in the nascent stage. It is being developed now with the development of wind and solar energy in a big way in the recent years. So for the next 1 hour, 1.5 hours or so, we'll be looking at the following slides. So we'll be looking at the wind and solar potential in India. So what are the targets set as a country nationwide? And as an information, maybe some of you or all of you may be knowing the details of installed capacity in India as of now, up to date, and the installed capacity in the states of AP and Telangana, which are relevant to us. Maybe some people may be joining from other states also, I don't know. So these details I want to share. And so what are the challenges with the wind and solar power, and how the hybrid systems will be helping us some way to face those challenges and to counter those challenges. And as part of hybrid systems, energy storage is one part. These are the solutions for that challenges. And we will have a look at the national wind solar hybrid policy and the AP wind solar hybrid policy also. What are the provisions and enabling provisions for the investors? And then recently, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, has issued a concept note on hybrid parks. We'll have a look at that. And as introduced, I had the privilege of visiting Germany and France. I will share a few of my experiences also. So this we will go ahead with this presentation. So as far as the wind and solar potential in India is concerned, we know that many of us know India is a diversified country having a different geographical areas. So our country is blessed with abundant renewable energy resources. In fact, maybe other countries are also blessed, but our country is also is one of the countries which are blessed with the natural resources and the potential for wind and solar energy, and which are emerging as an alternative to the conventional sources of energy to meet the requirements of the country. As we know, conventional sources have got their own problems like depletion of fuels and pollution. There are other issues with the conventional sources, whereas this wind and solar in particular, the renewable energy, they are abundant in nature. So if we can harness the energy, renewable energy from wind and solar to the maximum extent, we will be saving a lot, as we all know. So as far as India is concerned, estimated solar power potential as per the MNRE note issued recently, it is around 749 gigawatts, 749,000 megawatts. Solar potential is available, and wind potential of around 695 gigawatts at 120-meter height is available. So such a huge capacity of RE power we can harness from our geographical conditions. We can see, unlike solar we can have at any place because sun is almost in India. We can have solar energy spread evenly, almost evenly spread across. But whereas the resource is mainly concentrated in some states, these are called renewable rich states as far as wind is concerned. Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, and Tamil Nadu. These states have uh, abundant resources of wind power, as you may be knowing also. So based on this and the international commitments, our government of India has set a target of reaching around 175 gigawatts of installed capacity from renewable sources by 2022. So that includes 100 gigawatts of solar and 60 gigawatt of wind power. The remaining will be other renewable energy sources like you may be knowing biomass, mini hydel, cogeneration, biogas, waste to energy. There are other renewable energy sources also. So to achieve these targets, so the conducive environment has to be created for the investors to come and invest and set up all these power plants. So various policy initiatives have been taken by the government, and as on 31st October 2020, that means by the end of the last month, total RE installed capacity is almost 90 gigawatts as per the CEA reports, Central Electricity Authority reports. So let us have a look at the installed capacity in India as on 31/10/2020. It is 373 gigawatts. Out of this, we can see thermal is contributing around 54%, hydro about 11%, and renewable energy sources. Hydro is repeated actually. Hydro is by mistake it has come twice, but it is only once only. Renewable energy sources are contributing around 21%, whereas nuclear is a minimum of a small amount of 2% only out of the total installed capacity. This is the total installed capacity scenario in India as on 31/10/2020. As we can see, renewable energy sources are contributing a good amount. 21% is a good amount, but it is being added every month. Almost some capacity is being added because of the short gestation periods of wind and solar sources. The percentage of RES is getting increased almost every month. And if we see the breakup of renewable energy sources out of that 21% of the total capacity, so again this solar is contributing 41% of the REs sources, whereas wind is 43%. So others are 5% small hydro, biomass cogeneration 11%, and waste to energy zero it is shown, but it is around some small percentage. So as we can see, wind and solar are the main contributors for the solar renewable energy sources, because as we have discussed, as we have seen, our country is possessed with a good amount of potential for these two sources of energy, that is solar and wind. As far as in Andhra Pradesh is concerned, the installed capacity, including the joint and central shares from NTPC and other plants, including that, out of the total installed capacity, renewable energy sources are contributing around 34%. So it is a good amount of contribution. Sometimes, although the installed capacity is like this, the maximum demand itself is being almost 90% of the demand during the seasons, good seasons of wind and solar. Almost 90% of the demand is being met by wind and solar together, as per the load dispatch center reports also. So such a huge capacity has already been harnessed in AP, and that is causing its own problems also to the grid. That we will. That's another matter. For that only we will be discussing these storage and hybrid systems. Whereas, so sorry, this is of Telangana. It is not named correctly. This is the installed capacity of Telangana. Here RES are 34%. Sorry, yes, this is 30, correct. Yes, this is of Telangana. Correct. So RES is around 26% here in Telangana, because Telangana is not having much source of wind, although solar is being installed, but wind source is less here in Telangana. So these are the scenarios in national wide, and as far as the AP and Telangana are concerned. So as far as the solar and wind energies, which we are mainly focusing today nowadays, so there are news now. People are forgetting the conventional sources. Now the focus is going on to solar and wind more, as we see in the news and everywhere. Because the renewable power, it is a environmental friendly, and once it is established, there is no fuel required. This is as the prices are getting lowered, reducing year after year, or sometimes month after month. So this is a natural tendency that we go for solar and wind in a big way. So last 3 years it has been very drastic, as we can see. Before 2017, there was not much sources of solar and wind. So for the last 3 or 4 years, there has been a lot of addition of capacities in these two areas, solar and wind, because of the short gestation periods, uh, around 6 months. We can easily install a plant. So because of that, capacities are being added very fast. So on the one hand, we are getting the solar and wind capacities installed, and as soon as they are installed, because depending upon the season for wind, we'll have the generation coming up. And as far as the solar is concerned, as long as the sun is favorable, the sunny days, you will get the solar energy also. So on the one hand, we are getting the energy, but the intermittent nature of power from these two sources, more particularly wind, these are creating much operational problems to the grid operator, that is load dispatch centers, due to this intermittent nature of generation from these sources in general, and particularly in wind, because wind is very fluctuating compared to the solar source. So there are challenges with wind and solar power, because any technology, any invention or any use of technology will pose challenges also. But we, the engineers, we, the fraternity of the academy and industry research bodies, we are all here to find a solution, and ultimately these researches and studies and all our study and expertise will be benefiting the human or the mankind at large, the society. So with the increase in renewable capacity installations, the distribution companies mainly are the load dispatch center in turn are facing challenges in managing these variable renewable energy, as we have already discussed. So peak demand management and avoiding overloading of the distribution infrastructure, because these are the distributed generation sources. As we all know, sometimes there are solar and wind parks are also there, but they are limited. But mainly solar is of a distributed generation source, whereas wind is concentrated in some areas where in it is richly available, like in Andhra Pradesh, Anantapur, Kadapa, and Kurnool districts. These are the only three districts which we have much generation of wind energy. So these are posing problems for maintaining the reliability of supply by the distribution companies, because for the discoms, maintaining reliability of supply is a big issue for them, for their consumers. So the source being intermittent in nature from this wind and solar power, they have their own problems. Distribution companies and the load dispatch centers have their own problems in managing the power. And added to this, there is a lot of impetus is being given to the solar rooftop systems also, because the solar rooftops are being installed. It is being encouraged also by the domestic or industrial consumers. Anybody can set up a rooftop system. They can opt for a net metering or gross metering, depending upon the policies existing. So this generation also being variable, the discoms are facing problems also, because they are committed to serve the consumers with an uninterrupted power. So when the consumer is installing a solar rooftop, whenever the sun goes down or the clouds come, they automatically draw power from the grid. So for which discoms have to manage or plan. Otherwise, they will be penalized, getting penalized from the uh, interstate grids for the over trials and under trials also. So these are the main issues for the distribution companies. And furthermore, distribution companies are required to maintain the reliability and access also. As an academia persons, you all may be knowing these SAIDI and SAIFI, system average interruption duration index and frequency index. These are also being mandated by the regulators for the discoms to monitor, comply with. So depending upon compliance of these targets, distribution companies are also being given ratings. So managing power from the wind and solar and maintaining this indices within the limits or within the targets is a challenge for the distribution companies, as we all know. So for this, solutions are always being explored, and hybrid systems are coming to the rescue of these problems in a big way. Hybrid systems, as the name implies, it combines two or more modes of electricity generation together. Normally, RE technologies such as solar PV and wind turbines, and also include some storage systems like batteries or fuel cells, or a gas generator, so or a pumped storage plant. These are all the hybrid system, different hybrid system being used, being set up uh, across the high RE rich countries, and they are exploring and they are seeing the results of these hybrid systems to be encouraging, and they are able to maintain the grids stable, somewhat stable. So we are also, our country is also uh, encouraging hybrid systems to follow hybrid systems, so that these fluctuations from the wind and solar, having a rich potential of wind and solar. So this is a big challenge for our country also, because having hundreds of gigawatts of power from solar and wind, we must be able to tackle those intermittency problems. Otherwise, grid operation will be a huge Herculean task for the grid operator. So the research and the encouragement is being given in this direction. So hybrid power systems are a good way to have available sources of electricity with optimum utilization of primary energy sources. So hybrid sources also give optimization. So integration of distribution, generation and renewable energy sources into existing power networks, especially local power networks, is the main problem. Moreover, hybrid energy systems characterized by coupling of two or more energy storage technologies are emerged as a solution to achieve the desired performance by combining the appropriate features of different technologies. So some places solar will be complementing the wind. So by having a hybrid energy system where solar and wind can be installed at one place, so during the low wind speeds, if solar can come up, and if we can club these two sources, we can have a smooth power flow. Likewise, energy storage is also an important issue. Energy storage can play a very important role in grid integration and the balancing of variable generation sources. This is the main Herculean task now. The high RE states like Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, some states are facing much problem due to the intermittent nature of these wind and solar energy sources. So by increasing the system's overall flexibility, it can improve power quality and reduce peak demand, and thereby enabling utilization of distribution transmission grids to the optimum level, and also helps the discoms or the grid operator to avoid or reduce the deviations penalties. So deviation penalties means from the interstate grid they are supposed to draw within some limits. Because of the intermittent nature, suppose if they overdraw or underdraw in a time block, as we may be knowing, the power scheduling will be done on a 15 minutes time block basis. Time block wise it is scheduled. So during a time block, they have to stick to the schedule. Some deviation is allowed. Beyond some deviation, the discoms need to pay penalties to the regional grids, grid operator. So because of the intermittence nature of wind and solar, it is not in the control of grid operator or the distribution company, because the generation source itself being the fuel itself is not being in the hands of the generator. Nobody can be blamed for that. Only thing is we have to support such variation by means of a storage. So if we can support the intermittent sources by means of a storage, that variations can be suppressed and we can have a smooth power curve, and thereby these overdrawals, underdrawals issues can be minimized. That is the idea of and the benefit of energy storage. And also energy storage systems we already use in our residential or commercial industrial consumers also being used, also are using these energy storage systems. If we can use this with renewable energy, has potential to improve power quality and reliability for such consumers. If suppose if we have a rooftop system in association with energy storage, that will give a reliable power to the consumer, and this will anyway minimize the other consumption from the backup power sources. That is evident. Likewise, electric vehicles also serve as an electric storage. It is a main component of the electric vehicles. Nowadays, electric vehicles are being encouraged by the governments to harness the storage to the maximum extent, and to reduce the pollution also. So it is both in terms of cost and performance determination, it is the main component storage. So, and the mobility, electric mobility, utilizing indigenous, modern, and reliable energy storage would significantly reduce the country's dependence on imported fossil fuels and energy storage systems. So, electric mobility, if we encourage it, so this will have a lot of advantages, like uh, reducing the dependence on the imported fossil fuels and environmental advantages also. So, because of the all these advantages, the central government has issued a national wind solar hybrid policy in 2018. So the policy has given some encouragements for the interested developers for them to come and invest in these plants. Solar and wind power, it is available in nature, pose certain challenges on grid security and stability as we have discussed. So in India, solar and wind sources are complementary to each other. And hybridization of these two technologies would help in minimizing the variability apart from optimally utilizing the infrastructure, including land and transmission system. These are the advantages by complementing, having the hybrid systems of solar and wind resources. These are the complementary to each other. That means, so normally solar will be available in daytime only, whereas wind will be available even though it is intermittent in nature, variable in nature, it is in the seasons, in the wind seasons, it is available all the day through. So if we install wind and solar at a particular location, and if we combine these energies and if we pump into the grid, so that will avoid the intermittency. And also, if we use only wind or solar, the infrastructure will be lying idle when there is a low generation or the no generation at all during the night times like in solar. So if we combine these sources at one place and if we utilize the hybrid system, the distribution or the infrastructure network also will be optimally utilized. That is also a great advantage. Superimposition of wind and solar resource maps shows that there are large areas where both wind and solar have high to moderate potential. So wind and solar areas are studied, and by superimposing, it is found that we have high potentials if we combine both these sources. And even the existing wind farms also, suppose way back, even in Andhra Pradesh, as back as 1996 or 2000, since that time some wind power plants are being operated. Some plants have completed as 20 years of operation also, but these are small capacity farms. Suppose if we at such places or the existing wind farms, if we have a scope of adding the solar PV capacity also, we can utilize that infrastructure. We can complement solar and wind likewise, and we can maximize the utilization and the generation also from these sources. So for enabling all these setups, policy interventions are to be initiated. So for that, this policy is issued not only for new wind solar hybrid plants, but also for encouraging hybridization of existing wind and solar plants, as we have already seen. So these are the intents of the policy issued by the Ministry of Renew and Renewable Energy in 2018. So policies normally they will provide a framework for promotion of large grid connected. They will provide a framework how the system will work and what are the encouragements given, what are the incentives given. These will be laid down by a policy. So if a developer adopts himself into that policy, those concessions or incentives can be availed by them. So that way the purpose of the policy is met. The main objective of the policy is to provide a framework for promotion of large grid connected wind solar PV hybrid system for optimal and efficient utilization of transmission infrastructure and land. Land also, if we see a wind generation area, between machine to machine, there is a lot of land lying waste, idle. So if we can install solar panels, depending upon the potential of solar generation in that site, if we can install solar generation and if we can club that generation to the existing infrastructure, that will be a great advantage. Then that will reduce the variability of the renewable power and achieve the better grid stability. These are the beauty of the hybrid system of wind and solar energies. This policy also aims to encourage new technologies like batteries and involving combined operation of wind and solar PV plants. So that this policy initially storage of battery is considered to smoothen the wind solar hybrid power. Further, appropriate capacity of battery storage was only envisaged, and later, depending upon some studies and some comments, storage, appropriate capacity storage is revised. The term is revised as storage. So that storage is can be a pumped hydro, a compressed air, a flywheel, anything can be installed along with this wind and solar hybrid. So this will further improve the stability of the generation and optimal utilization of the sources, and many other advantages for the distribution companies also. So as we have already discussed, solar and wind will be configured to operate at the same point in this hybrid systems. So there can be different approaches towards integrating this wind and solar depending upon the size of the source. So, however, to recognize a wind solar plant as a hybrid plant, at least one source should be of 25% capacity of the other resource. So that is the condition to be recognized as a hybrid source. These are mandated by the National Wind Solar Hybrid Policy. So another thing is battery storage can be added to the hybrid project to reduce the variability of output power from wind solar hybrid plant, providing higher energy output for a given capacity at a delivery point by installing additional capacity of wind and solar power in a wind solar hybrid plant and ensuring availability of firm power for a particular period. These are the advantages with the battery storage. If we install a battery storage, so we can reduce the variability of output as we have already discussed, and it will provide a higher energy output for a given capacity, and it will ensure the availability of firm power. So battery has got such an advantage, and this development of storage is now in the improvement stage. In the Western countries, they have some megawatts of capacities of batteries being installed, and they are operating successfully also to tackle this variable nature of wind and solar energy. So as far as this AP, Andhra Pradesh Solar Hybrid Power Policy, which is also issued in the year of 2018, this also aims at providing a framework for promotion of large grid connected wind solar PV systems uh, for the same purpose, as we know, for the optimal and efficient utilization of transmission. So the aim is that only infrastructure and land, reducing the variability in renewable power generation and thus achieving better grid stability. And optimal utilization of transmission infrastructure being built by state utility to evacuate renewable power. And there is a target of around 5,000 megawatt of this hybrid in the 5 years was fixed by AP, or till such time a new policy, if some changes are required, a new policy will be issued. Until such time, this target is set for the Andhra Pradesh. As far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, 5,000 megawatt of hybrid source of energy is aimed to be developed in the AP. So there are some incentives for the wind solar hybrid developers. Likewise, in solar and wind individual capacity, individual developers also, these exemptions were given. But however, last year these incentives were proposed to be withdrawn, whereas some issues are pending in the High Court. So these are now, as of now, court has kept it pending. That means withdrawing of these incentives has been kept pending. So that means as of now they are being implemented. So transmission charges exemption, energy banking. Energy banking means suppose one consumer is there for a solar or wind generator. So if the generator is generating and the consumer is not, for some reason, is unable to utilize that energy at that point of time, so that energy will be anyway pumped into the grid, and that energy will be utilized by the discom. Whereas in the book of accounts, that energy is kept as a banking. So which the consumer will be allowed to utilize that energy in subsequent periods at some other point of time. Of course, that will be supplied by the discom. But during some peak periods, it is not allowed drawing of banked energy. Suppose during summer periods, because the grid itself is having some problems because the demand will be more. During that time, the consumer cannot draw. Other non-peak times, they can draw these banking of energy. So this facility is being given for the wind, solar, or for the some RE energy sources to encourage those sources. Likewise, this solar wind hybrid also, hybrid generators also being, these incentives are being given. And electricity duty is 50% only for the captive consumption, and cross subsidy surcharge is also being reduced. Cross subsidy means if a consumer is utilizing a source other than the distribution company, so that consumer has to pay the distribution company a charge called cross subsidy surcharge, because the distribution company normally plans the retail supply tariffs, because as we know, retail supply tariffs are not uniform, because there are some subsidized consumers and there are subsidizing consumers like industries, commercial consumers. Their unit rate will be above the cost of service. Whereas for some categories, some domestic consumers, some sections of society, the government wants to give subsidies. So these subsidies, some are being given a rate below the cost of service, some are being given above the cost of service. So these consumers are called as subsidizing and subsidized consumers. So if a subsidizing consumer, that means he is providing high tariff to the distribution company, by which the distribution company can provide a subsidy to other consumer. That subsidizing consumer goes away from the network and from the distribution company. So their power planning will be disturbed. So for that, to compensate that, Electricity Act has provided, authorized the distribution company to collect cross subsidy surcharge if a consumer, if a subsidizing consumer goes away from the discom and opt for a other source like wind and solar or any other source. So in the that way, he has to pay cross subsidy to the distribution company. For the, as an incentive, that cross subsidy is only charged 50% for such consumers as per this provision. So you can go through the policy also. I can supply that. And very recently, Minister of New and Renewable Energy has floated a concept note on development of wind parks or wind solar hybrid parks. So recently on 13/11/21 only 2020 only it is issued. Let me So some points in that. So there has been a drastic drop in the prices of the wind, solar power generators, power tariffs, as we have seen, as we have discussed, and development has taken place, and targets have set up. So the issue has the tariff issue. The tariffs are being realized through competitive bidding. Earlier, some tariff determination process was there. Now, competitive bidding route is chosen, and as we know, day by day, the tariffs are coming down. Very recently, day before yesterday, I have seen there were some bids. Some generators bidded quoted as low as 2 rupees, 2 rupees in Rajasthan. So daily, day by day, the tariffs are coming down. Even though the tariffs are coming down, sufficient capacities or expected capacities are not coming due to some challenges, as this concept note um, depicts. Number of projects have been delayed due to land NOCs and other transmission related issues. So these to address these challenges, so the investors will be sorry. The investors are being discouraged. To address these challenges, this concept paper is proposed by the MNRE. So the concept is that a park, as we can see here, a park will be a concentrated zone of a development for a development of wind, solar, or wind, solar hybrid projects. So a central area will be provided where the developer can come. So the development of park, I mean land and all, will be provided. Evacuation facilities will be provided. So the land will be given to the interested developers for development of wind or wind solar hybrid projects. So whereas the infrastructure part and all will be taken by the park developer. So to address those problems of transmission related issues, this concept is being proposed. Anyway, this is not final actually. Uh, the comments are invited. If anyone is interested, you can study this and you can share your ideas to the MNRE also, so that a better model will be developed by them. So these are the potential areas for the wind solar hybrid parks as per the study. So Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, all put together around 53,000 megawatts of power can be harnessed from all these sites. So this is a indicative only, as they say. So states also are at liberty to decide the other areas, other locations. So state government has to select the park developer and facilitate the developer in acquisition of and leasing of the land and other statutory clearances for setting up that park. So park can be an agency of state government or central government or a joint venture or a private developer. So responsibility of the park developer is to prepare a detailed project report, acquire or possess the land, obtain statutory clearances, connectivity from STU. So the park developer, solar park or wind generator need not bother about all these connectivity issues. The park developer will take care of. So the actual solar or solar wind hybrid developer can come and set up his plant and connect his output to this uh, park developers network, so that will be connected to the central transmission utility or state transmission utilities network. So these are the internal power evacuation systems. Draw transmission line up to nearest substation. This is the responsibility of the park developer. This is a concept issued. So for the park developer, there is a central financial assistance also being promised, 25 lakh per megawatt for the detailed project report preparation, and 20 lakh per megawatt or 30% of the park development cost to park developer, whichever is lower for the park developer. So this will be given by the central government, this Ministry of Renewable and New and Renewable Energy. These are some of the highlights of this issues. So the project developer means that the solar or solar wind hybrid power developer will have a power purchase agreement with the local DISCOM for his evacuation of his power. So this will be evacuated to the network of the park developer. So these are the different areas where different capacity utilization factors of wind and wind solar energies are available. These are the details. I can share that concept note also, or you can visit the MNRE website and you can see. So as was introduced, I had the privilege of visiting Germany and France in during last year, September of last year, and we have visited some storage systems, different storage developers, storage agencies. So normally storage requires storage is necessitated in the variable nature of energy scenario. So Germany has got a high wind potential. It has already harnessed much of wind energy. Solar is also there, but wind is more there. So there is a company called TWL. They have got a combined cycle power plant, combined cycle gas power plant, and they will operate this for any fluctuations, because gas turbine can be brought onto the grid in very minimum time. So they have this gas turbine and the battery combination at one station, and they will be taking care of the grid fluctuations. This is one hybrid system they are using for dealing with the fluctuations of the grid. So the idea is it will have a storage of gas turbine and the battery storage system, and the battery will take care of the transient fluctuations before this gas turbine comes up. So that way it will provide a balancing power to the grid. So it has a 4.5 megawatt gas turbine and battery storage of 9.6 megawatts. That way they are supporting the grid. As we had discussed, the battery bridges the gap before the gas turbine comes up. So the almost this variable nature of the or the intermittency or the fluctuation is not felt on the grid because of the variable generation. So that way they are dealing with this generation variability from this gas and gas turbine and the battery storage systems. Then after coming into the gas turbine into operation, that turbine will recharge the battery. So this is a very effective backup for dealing with the variable nature of the wind and solar energies. So these are the batteries of the existing in a premises of a combined cycle power plant. So these are connected onto the grid as we have discussed. First, this will take care of the fluctuation, and before that gas turbine comes into the picture. Likewise, TIAG is also another company. It is also having large scale battery systems and battery storage facilities for the secure electricity supply. They help to integrate fluctuating renewable energy sources into energy mix and thereby improve the reliability of supply. STEAG is a pioneer also. He is also one of the pioneers systems. It has got 6 large-scale battery systems installed in the year 2016 itself. So they have contributed a lot to the transition of sustainable energy by dealing with this intermittency. So that battery systems will even out the frequency fluctuations caused by the volatile supply from the renewable sources and by fluctuations in consumption also. So the large scale battery systems will come up within seconds and take up the energy from the grid or feed it into the grid. That is the beauty of these battery systems. So this is called primary reserve power, contributes to keeping the power system stable and to safeguard the security of supply. So the wind and solar energy sources where the grid is fed with much amount of wind and solar power, batteries are inevitable. So our country is also going towards this. This is the STEAG schematic diagram or the picture. This is the picture of the STEAG. This is also placed in a premises of a thermal power station. These are the houses for the battery systems. And another company is Pfenning. They're also pioneers in this energy storage systems. They have 2.5 megawatt grid connecting batteries also. This is supporting the solar energy. As we can see in the picture on the back side, there is a solar power plant. It is connected in parallel with that solar power plant. So this will take care of the fluctuations of that solar energy, and that way it is supporting the grid for continuous and reliable supply. This is another company is there, InnoGSC. It is having a 1000 kilowatt hour storage capacity that is connected to a local network like 11 kV network. So it is taking care of the local fluctuations. As the systems we have discussed so far, they are connected to the high voltage grid. High voltage means EHV grid. It is in the larger grid. But this Innogy is having a battery storage system in the distribution network. So some wind plants are connected to the 11 kV side grid. On the same grid, this 1000 kilowatt hour battery is placed. So it will take the fluctuations, and this will maintain a reliable supply to the local grids. This is also an innovative method to tackle the distribution side fluctuations. And one more facility, there one more interesting thing this Innogy is doing is in Germany they have 3 grids: water grid, power grid, and gas grid. So they have harnessed a lot of already a lot of wind energy. So now they are having excess energy, excess electricity. So they are using the gas for their heating purposes. They have their gas grids also. So for this excess electricity, they are exploring conversion of electricity into gas. That means the reverse of the battery operation. Through electrolysis, they are converting this electricity into gas to generate hydrogen, and this hydrogen is fed into the natural gas grid. And we have been told that they are planning to store this gas in a gas cavities where already gas has been excavated, taken from those cavities. Into those cavities, they want to store this converted gas, to store that gas and utilize it back as and when that necessity comes. So that way, instead of letting the wind and solar energy go waste, they are planning to convert this excess electricity into gas and store that gas into some ground cavities to utilize it back as and when this. It is a novel idea. It is suiting their requirements and their necessities. But we have to explore our own ways of meeting the demands, and it almost it of course depends upon the country and the temperatures and the purposes for which we use. So we have to explore or invent our ideas to, suppose if the all the energy from the wind and solar is harnessed, so instead of letting it go waste, if we can convert it into other means of storage where we can use for our own country needs, for our like for agriculture or any other needs. So such inventions are required in our country also. So we can, the academia and the researchers have to contribute a lot in this area. So this is the power to gas conversion plant. And we have visited one more power plant in France. It is a 17 megawatt floating solar plant. So there is a mine, excavated open mine, and it is abandoned after excavation of the coal or whatever. So it is filled with water naturally. Water has accumulated into it. It is a large area. So they have converted that quarry into a floating solar power plant of 17 megawatt capacity. So it is a good plant. Actually, it is an innovative idea they have utilized, because a normal place, if we require for solar plant for 1 megawatt, you require 5 acres of land. Suppose if you want to acquire the land, it will have some cost. So instead of going for that, if we can harness such areas, such unutilized areas where by which the cost of the power can be reduced. So that is an innovative idea. So we can also explore such cost saving methods. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it is the cost that matters for any issue of life. So if we can, engineers and the researchers, we can innovatively devise some methods by effectively utilizing the existing resources to harness the power, and thereby we can reduce the power tariffs. That will be a great advantage to the society. So this is the solar power plant that we have visited. This is the big pond we can see. These are the floating panels, solar panels. So that's all my presentation. I think I have finished early. So if any questions are there, we will take it up.
Yes, anyone having any doubt, please ask. Okay, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
So anybody is not having question means they have not understood anything, or the other
No,
way.
no, sir. No, sir.
So whatever it is.
Okay. I would like to thank MS Vidya Sagar sir for explaining about the different hybrid energy storage systems in very systematic manner. Sir, you explained very well about present scenario of wind and solar potential in India with recent values. That means you given that updated that means an installed capacity in India of renewable energy sources. What is that renewable energy percentage? How much we have to target values? Also, you given that very exact values and updated data you given, sir. Thank you for that. After that, you explained that the challenges with wind and solar, hybrid systems, energy storage systems. The target values installed is in India, we are having 175 gigawatts of installed capacity during the year 2022. In that, we are having in solar, we need to get 100 gigawatts, and in wind, we need to get 60 gigawatts. At present, we are having total 21% of renewable energy sources. Such a nice information you given, sir. Thank you for that. After that, you given that installed capacity in Andhra Pradesh as well as in Telangana also. Given that from 2017 to 2020, there is a huge difference in the renewable energy sources, especially in solar and wind energy also we explained. After that, you explained that energy storage system, how we are going to balancing actually the solar, now the present difficult thing is that the grid integration as well as solar and wind, how we are going to balance that energy generation and demand also explained. After that, you explained that National Wind Solar Hybrid Energy Policy 2018. What are the encouragements are given to the people who are going to generate renewable, who are going to interested on renewable energy sources? What are the encouragement, incentives, and what are the concessions? It's very useful to that who are going to interest to do the research in RES renewable energy systems. After that, we explain that AP wind solar hybrid power policy also. That means in AP also we are having a target of 5,000 megawatts by using solar and wind. After that, you given MNRE concept note, that also a very updated note 13/11/2020. You given what is the tariff rates. You tell that you explained that recently we are getting a very cheap rate of 2 rupees in Rajasthan. So that is a very good news. How we are going to, the consumer always interested to how we are going to get that in a low level cost. Then only the society, then only the researchers will be also happy to give a very less rates. After that, you explained about especially you explained about your experiences in France and Germany. Regarding the 3 companies what you visited, that means TWL and TWL, STEC and PFNE and Infosys. Right. Thank you, sir, for you explaining in a very systematic manner and very. It is very easily you explained. We can understood very easily, sir. Thank you for your accepting our invitation. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'll be sending the presentation and the other policy documents also. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you all participants.
Thanks.
నాకు తెలిసినంత వరకు